Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Wednesday. uh, I hope you've all had a good weekend since this is the first stream for this week. My weekend, honestly, it could have been better. Uh, th- let's just say certain neighbors decided that them celebrating a birthday meant nobody else in the neighborhood was going to be allowed to sleep that night. So that was lovely. So obviously that night didn't really work out properly because, sleep. It's important. And the day after I also was quite tired, so yeah. The nice thing about living, well, somewhere in the middle of nowhere would be not having that. So, yeah, days like this were, living on like some deserted island sounds very appealing. But then again, supermarkets, those are probably difficult to come by when you live in the actual middle of nowhere. And also internet would probably also be not really something you'd have access to. So, yeah. But yes, the mindset of people who go, oh, you only turn insert very, like, random age once, and I deserve to, like, have loud music playing at 2 a.m. because, I just like to give myself a little treat every 10 years by, like, keeping everyone else from sleeping that night. It's great. So, yeah, don't be that person, please. Because, yeah, other people do exist. But some people do seem to think that they are the center of the universe. And it's very exhausting to have to deal with those people. So, yeah. Like, I'm the kind of person to not even want to, like, turn the music up a bit too loud in the middle of the day. Because I don't want to bother others. And then there's other people where they don't think that way at all. But yeah. Yes, I'm sure even Reginald is tired. Um, but yeah, it's just like people. So, um, but yeah, like as far as I know, it's a bit tricky regarding noise ordinances over here. Like in general, like uh, there's no like countrywide limit. There's like only regional stuff, and like what basically the overall policy is the noise limit is just what your like neighborhood agrees it is. And well, it seems I disagree with the rest of the neighborhood because oh boy, I don't need to like with the windows closed hear every single word of, by the sounds of it, every single Dutch song in existence because they were playing music for a while. So, yeah. Hearing every word with, like, all the windows closed and everything. Too loud. So, yeah, I didn't get great sleep that night. And they also had the bass up really high. So, yeah. For those of you who do parties, please just don't be that person. Like, I get that some people enjoy parties. I don't tend to like them, but I know other people do. Just remember that other people also exist. Oh, I was also wearing earbuds and still hearing every single word. Yeah. So, either way, that weekend is done, however exhausting it may or may not have been. I just hope that nobody else like turns whatever age anytime soon, because I feel like I still need to catch up on sleep. And yeah. having it be that noisy at night just stresses me out. Because, you know, lack of sleep, but also just feeling uncomfortable. So, yeah. But either way, um, yeah, I was totally partying. Huh. Definitely. True, I have not said the silly word yet. I've just been distracted by how annoying that weekend was. Bundespräsidenten Stichverwiederholungsverschiebung. But yes, uh, there are very limited types of, like, partying that I enjoy. Like, in general, I tend not to enjoy being in a room with a large number of people. So that already makes traditional, like, parties a bit difficult. So yeah, so it's for the presidential election one year they had to I'm not quite sure what the word for it was, but like they need to have an actual, like, majority to win that election, so above 50% of the votes. So the first election, they had too many candidates, so nobody got 50% of the votes. So then they had, like, a second election with just the top two contenders of the previous election. So, like, a follow-up election for that one. But then they had to... I guess it's a runoff. Anyway, they had to redo that election, the second one, because people started counting the votes too early, so the election was declared, like, well, basically they just decided to redo the entire thing, because votes were counted too early, and that might have changed how other people voted, and might have influenced the result. So that was declared invalid, so they had to redo the runoff election, and then they ended up redoing the runoff election. And that's what that word refers to. So basically, 3 votes that year for just, like, one person to be elected president. So, it's not just a silly word, it was also a silly conversation. So, yeah. Yeah, they had to redo the runoff, but they had to reschedule redoing the runoff. So, yeah. But it ended up being declared Word of the Year for that year because of, well, the election situation was silly, and the word was silly, and, yeah. Basically what the country got from that is a silly word. And, yeah. You know, I feel like calling it a silly word is very accurate, and I just thought it would be fun to, you know, relive the silly. So. Yeah, if I use it in context, unless I tell an entire short story, like, just using it in a sentence won't really tell you much about it. So, yeah. As far as I know, that candidate who won is currently still in office. That election was, I believe, 2016? And I don't know if there was another election since then and he just won again, or if it's just a very long period that they stay in office for. I can't remember. There have been many elections since then. But yes. Yes, that is the word. So they actually made a Wikipedia article about it. And the weird part in the URL with the percentage symbols is because of the umlaut. So, yeah. That situation was quite the silly event. And, as far as I know, some people ended up just like not doing uh some of the elections after the first one because they just like didn't feel like it. So, yeah. Well, obviously the actual word instead of the percentage C3 percentage A4. So those are just shortened to an A with two dots above it. But yeah, like if you just look at the URL. But yeah. It really is a a very long word, but obviously if you speak the language, you know how to pronounce words and you don't really stumble over them quite as much. There are also some long and silly words in English. So, yeah. But I think English is a bit more silly in terms of grammar at times. So, like, especially like Old English just gets very strange. Like in Ultima 7, the game we're playing today, yeah, some of the Old English in there is just like, why? But some people are obviously fond of it, otherwise it wouldn't be used in games and movies and such quite as much. So, there are clearly some people who really like Old English. And I guess some of the Shakespearean plays and stuff are also in that kind of English. Well, as someone who has never watched any of them, and I think I had to like read part of one at some point for school. Yeah, it's not for me. So, I have not read that one, but I have heard about that one. But, yeah. Basically, whenever I had to read stuff in Old English, I was struggling a lot. Because, well, it's just structured in strange ways and uses strange words. Shakespeare is modern? I'll define modern. Not like written in the last 100 years modern, as far as I know. So it's still like it might be called modern English, but modern English might be outdated by now. Like calling a game like a newly released AAA game, eventually, at some point, it will still turn into a retro game. So calling something modern as part of its name is always going to be a bit misleading. So, like, as far as I know, also in some like types of like what's it called, like interior decoration styles and stuff, stuff like that, some of them, the names don't really make much sense. So, like, isn't there one called like mid-century modern, as in mid-century the last century? Because how modern would that be? So, uh going with stuff like, oh, this is the new one or this is the modern one, that's only going to be modern temporarily. I mean, even if you look at what futuristic stuff was expected to look like in like the 60s, uh it's not exactly modern. It just looks like what the 60s thought that the future would look like. Not anywhere close to what things actually look like at the moment. So, yeah. I always just take the word modern with a grain of salt when it's part of a name, because, yeah, eventually everything just ends up not being quite that modern anymore. Alright. And let's switch over here. it just feels like calling stuff modern is, like, almost like a challenge to try and, like, keep things that way, but they don't stay that way. Alright. Early modern. And when does early modern turn into no longer modern? Because at that point you're just saying it used to be modern. And I mean, everything used to be modern at some point. Like, at some point, I'm sure, like, using, like, flint and, like, stone or whatever you use to start a fire, using those at some point was probably the modern way to start a fire. So, yeah, from what I know, Ultima Online is still alive, it just has changed. I personally haven't played it, but, like, I've heard a tiny bit about it at this point. So, journey onwards. So, yeah, what is postmodern? What do you get one that's, like, more modern than modern? Thanks a fellow. So, like, why not just call it modern, and then after that, you're going for modern. Okay. So, I think this was Buccaneer's Den, and I tried to find the guy with the hook, but I think the issue was that I couldn't actually open that door. Like, I managed to open one door, but there was another door that I couldn't open. And, yeah, I still need to figure out how to do that eventually. Let's see, where is it? Because it's the bathhouse. That, hides the entrance to that. But yeah, this is Buccaneer's Den, because that's the one with the casino. There, that's the entrance. But yeah, I did manage to figure out how to open this door by having a spell to trigger the lever through the wall. But there's another hidden door leading into a cave network, and I think that's where I actually need to go. So this room just has a bunch of loot in it, and the red face guy who's in the intro was telling me off for moving some of the stuff in that room. So I'm thinking that it might be part of the main quest later, and maybe I shouldn't mess with it, because I'm not sure what would happen if I do, like, sell something that I don't need later. Or, well, not sell, but lose it. Because, yeah, that would be inconvenient. If there's, like, a specific sword or something, and then we use that sword and someone ends up losing it in the woods and I can't find it again. That kind of thing. So I don't really want to risk that. So I'll probably just try and continue on a different, like, path of the main quest. Because currently there's so many different quest threads that are all very tangled up. So, like, there was also a murder in Buccaneer's Den. Murder of a thief named Duncan, who was murdered, I think, a couple of years before, well, whichever year my character is currently in. So, yeah, that's a thing. So, adding another person to the list of victims. They seem to maybe have a serial killer or several. But then again, it could also still be that it's just a hired assassin who works for the Fellowship. So, we'll see. I do think that the fortune teller lady, I think she said something along the lines of the guy with the hook. Yeah, the man with the hook is not your true adversary, but finding him will be necessary for your quest. So, yeah, I think it's just going to be necessary later on. But yeah. There's that going on. The people who are currently leaving a trail of murder are headed to Pause, and I haven't been there since hearing about that. I'm also supposed to join the Fellowship. The person murdered here is supposed to be, or it was called Duncan, and he was murdered in the house where Blacktooth now lives, but, like, the murder was a while ago, so back then, don't know who the home belonged to, if it belonged to anyone. So, we've only heard about that murder, we didn't see anything, because it's, well, a while since then. Yeah, so those are all happening. The murders, the joining the Fellowship, then there's, I'm supposed to, meet with the wisps in the Forest of Yew, and to do that, I need to talk to the monks at Empath Abbey. And as far as I know, they specifically asked me for a favor to get them an invisibility potion, if I remember right. And I need to do all of those in order to contact the Time Lord from, I think it's the second game? So, yeah, that's a whole, like, separate quest line. At least it feels pretty separate from the other stuff. I'm sure it'll all, like, connect in certain ways, but at this point they feel like very separate tasks. There's an observatory in Moonglow, where I'm supposed to talk to the guy who works there about some sort of celestial event that's supposed to be coming up. I'm supposed to find a lost key that was lost in a lake, because if I find that key, I can get a powerful weapon that I'll probably end up needing. There's either 1 or 2 potential flying carpets out there. Supposed to probably at least find one of them, because I'll probably need it. I'm supposed to bring a specific alchemist the venom of a silver snake, because there's a thing going on where people are using that venom and it has some long-term effects, and that alchemist wants to study that. Basically, if I remember right, it, like, temporarily increases your strength and stuff, but once the effect wears off, you have a permanent decrease in that, and also your skin falls off. So, yeah, I probably shouldn't try to have my character consume that. Like, having a temporary increase in stats sounds great, but having a permanent debuff afterwards, and also no skin, just sounds inconvenient. I'm supposed to talk to the leader of the gargoyles, who lives on a separate island that we haven't been to. I'm supposed to go to another island where the shrines of truth, love, and courage are, and there's a whole, like, quest there where I need to get talismans, and there's a magical crystal to help me lead to that, help me reach the island. So, help me navigate there. Um, there's a thing going on with the magic not working properly, and there was a mage trying to fix that with a material called black rock, which I still don't know much about. So, probably should learn more about that. Also the moon gates are dying for some reason. So, yeah. And the whole murder thing being connected to the Fellowship, but also the evil face guy from the intro probably being connected to the Fellowship, because some people are hearing a voice in their head that tells them to do very specific things. So, yeah, it seems like that creature is probably responsible for a lot of the things that are happening, but it seems like I need to, like, well, first work on the individual parts of the puzzle before all the pieces will eventually probably be put together. So, yeah, lots to do. We're currently at Buccaneer's Den. So, where do I want to go next? I could try and go to Moonglow, where the observatory is, and learn about the celestial event thing that's going to be happening, which is going to give the entity that's behind most of this more power somehow. So, let's just do that. And we also have a way to figure out our coordinates now, which means that I can actually look at my map and go, look, that's where the ship is. So, this is New Magintia, this is Buccaneer's Den, and around, like, here is Moonglow, around here is the Lyceum. And, well, thank you for the 32-month subs. Sub. Not subs. Sub. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you've had a good weekend. You probably missed when I was talking about it earlier, but my weekend was a bit rough. But I'm okay. Everything's fine. I just didn't get much sleep because someone decided to throw a very, very loud party. So, yeah, that's all. So, there's a castle somewhere around there. I think this is... Well, Pause is around here. I think this is Trinsic. Well, if you're going to be celebrating your birthday with very loud music, just keep in mind that other people exist. And that maybe other people also like to sleep at some point. So, yeah. That is all. Alright. Let's go. Yeah, I really like that that map actually shows my current location. Because that way I can mainly use the in-game map when it's not about, like, looking up where, like, a specific forest is that has some special name. So, yeah. Yes, I definitely dance. Totally. It's not like something, like, dancing is one of the least appealing ways I could be spending my time. So, a spider bit you on your knee. What size spider? Because most spiders that are common in Europe are not actually big enough to do that. So, like, as far as I know, you're more likely to be successfully bitten by an ant than by a spider in a lot of cases. Okay. Inner side of your knee? Are you sure it wasn't a tick or something? Because those... I think they have 8 legs. Apparently these birds are aggressive. Alright. Can we sit back down? Because Spark is kinda... Spark's stuck over there now. I think he might be. Oh, no, I think he's part of the group again. No, why is he on land? What's he doing over there? Spark, get back on here. It doesn't work anymore. Fine, I need to reload because Spark glitched out. Okay. Got close to actually managing to get there. Silly Spark. It doesn't look like a mosquito bite. Well, you might want to get it checked out, because... as I said, most spiders that are, like, in Europe, that I'm aware of, don't even have the ability for their fangs to get through human skin. Like, maybe they can manage to, like, bite a child, because their skin tends to be a lot thinner. But, most of the spiders, like, their fangs are just too small. It just doesn't work. So... but yeah, if it seems more like a tick bite, you might want to get it checked out. Because those can be a problem. So... And generally the spiders that can bite you, that are, like, actually local, not if you, like, decide to keep some sort of exotic spider. But yeah, the ones that are actually around outside, generally, generally a human's reaction to that bite would be similar to a mosquito bite. And I think even for, like, tarantulas, it's not, like, worse than, like, a bee sting. So... well, maybe there are some over there. I'm just not really familiar with them. So... I mean, you could look up for your own area, like, what types of spiders are out there, because generally the venom is not significant to humans. So... that's where I am. So... I mean, obviously there are countries where there are spiders that are venomous in a way that would be significant to humans, but those are spiders like black widows and they're quite rare, so... or, well, coming across them in a place that isn't their natural habitat is quite rare. In their natural habitat, they might be common. Don't know if they're, like, close to extinction or anything. But you're unlikely to find someone's escaped pet spider. So... oh, seems the Earth is no longer flat in this game. That's nice. Okay. I wonder what the reasoning is behind the Earth. Or, well, this planet technically probably isn't called the Earth. Anyway, what the reasoning is behind the planet being flat in one game and round in the other. Because in the previous one, when you got to the edge of the map, you would just be at the edge of the map. You wouldn't loop back around. So, like, traveling from here to here, you would actually have to go all the way around. So. And right now, it's probably that if I go from here diagonally down, I would just end up there. So, slight difference. Actually, where am I right now? Over here. Okay, so I need to go further north. So let's do that. And find the gap between the two islands. Which I think I might have found now. Yes. And then go north from here. So there was... there. Should be able to park the ship. Alright, we did it. Managed to actually anchor the ship. And not lose spark. I think he's even using a ranged weapon, so I'm not even sure how he ended up being pushed off the ship. Because, like, maybe his ranged weapon just doesn't have quite as much range as the other ranged weapons. So he was still just trying to get a bit closer. But I don't know. I just hope it doesn't keep happening, because that was silly. Having him get stuck in a place where it then means that I can't continue the rest of the game, basically. But at least I have several saves, which definitely is a perk in this game. That's a giant carpet. I guess that's a training room. Because otherwise that's a very empty room with an overly large carpet. So, to me, training room makes the most sense for that. Yeah, exactly, the void, which was quite annoying for navigational purposes. Because I much prefer being able to loop around and save a lot of time that way. Is that... So it's a mounted boar's head, I think. I mean, the tusks feel like they're back a bit too far, but I think it's sticking its tongue out at me. And the corn looks a bit sad. Okay. Kind of fancy patterned bed sheets, I guess. And same for the carpet. I think it's a slightly different pattern. Yeah, it's like a bigger plaid type pattern for the bed sheets than for the carpet. Yeah, it looks kind of nice. So, is that a gate? I think that's just a slightly broken fence. We need rain, we need rain. Anything else that they complain about? Work, 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 blast. Okay. Wait, did that change? Are they actually harvesting? Or were they just standing in an area where the corn was already cut? Yeah, I can summon storms, kind of. Did he somehow manage to cut himself? But I think maybe it actually... Yeah, I saw that change. So I think the bigger ones switched to being the lower version of the corn plant. Something like that. I guess I'll try and talk to him. Is he a friendly-looking farmer? So... Not sure why I would immediately ask about the fellowship, but I guess I can. Rankin or Belena would be the best ones to ask. I can tell you about our main tenants. Okay, so they're all fellowship members. Your name is... Tolmac. Okay, your job is... help my brother tend our farm here. So, does he have two brothers, or is the other person just some guy? Because otherwise I feel like it would be help my brothers tend our farm. So, who's the other guy? My brother is Cobalt. He can be quite a bit overbearing at times, trying to take care of me. It means well. Now I've caused him a bit of trouble every now and then, but he deserves it. Okay. Moonclow. That's the name of the town. Do you have questions about the townspeople? Sure. Now only a few. My brother, Cobalt, runs the farm with me. Mortz helps us too. Okay. We've known him for many years. So it is him and his brother and some random guy. And now that I've joined the fellowship, I've met a few more people. Rankin is branch head. Belena is his assistant. If you want to know more about other people, you can ask the bartender. His name is Faircy. That is quite the name. Okay, I'll ask about the other random guy. Oh, we grew up together. He's very sensitive about his stature, though. I wouldn't bring it up. I don't think I would have brought it up, because... Like, I do sometimes stumble over my words, and people pointing it out doesn't help. It's gotten a lot better, but, like, for a while, I was struggling. And, yeah, people pointing it out just makes you more self-conscious about it. So, if it's something that you do when you're nervous, people going, hey, are you nervous by any chance, tends not to make you not nervous. So, I'm guessing the bartender knows everyone in town because it's, like, the only thing that kind of works as, like, a restaurant-type place. So, presumably, even people who don't drink would still end up there at some point. Like, if there's some sort of, like, feast or gathering or something. So, that's my guess. Okay. I don't think I need to ask more about the fellowship, because that's not gonna tell me anything useful, probably. Well, actually, did I? I don't think I closed this dialogue after asking about the fellowship, but I think it's just displaying it again, because if it's being brought up in dialogue, it can just be put back into the selection with it just telling me the same exact things. So, yes, exactly. The same exact stuff. So, it's difficult to get him to talk about it. I think it was caused by an accident when he was a child. Barely remember the accident. My brother might remember more. Okay. So I guess the brother is the older of the two. Well, to me, some of the way dialogue in this game is written makes it more confusing, so I tried to translate it into more of a current day English. Like, just to make it easier to understand. So, yeah. Okay. Do I want to ask about either of them? I mean, they're just fellowship people, so probably don't need to know at the moment. For now, I'm just looking for the observatory. But I guess I'll also talk to the other two while I'm already here. You see a man with an unhappy look on his face. Great. Are those like the strings to tie his hat on? Because it looks like he might want to tie those if he doesn't want his hat to fall off. But yeah, it just looks like when people like wear something like a bicycle helmet that just doesn't fit them at all and they can't close it. So it just looks a bit silly. Name is Cobalt, so that's the brother of what the other guy's name was. I've already forgotten. His job is being a farmer, managing the farm with his brother Tolmac, and Mort's the family friend. Okay. So, ask more about Moonglow. City occupies the entire island now, including the Lyceum. Oh. Most of the residents still live in the south, though. We are due east of Britain proper. I mean, I sailed here, so I know that. But interesting that now it's the entire island that's the town of Moonglow. I did not expect it to have grown that big. I mean, it looks very spread out at the moment, because I've only seen 2 houses so far. But we'll see. So, ask about Morts. My brother and I have known him for most of our lives. He's very friendly when he's not too busy worrying about his stutter. Fortunately, he listens to Tolmac too often. He started when he was 5 years ago. Like, he started when he was 5 years old, not ago. 5 years old. Don't mind me just having issues reading the font, because even though I've been playing this game for, I think this is now stream number 11 or something? Somewhere around that number. Like, with, like, Daggerfall, I think it's now going to be stream number 25. We're not at that level yet with this game, but still, the font is tricky. So, he started when he was 5 years old. He and my brother were wrestling in the back of a wagon driven by his parents. They hit a bump, he fell out, landed on his head. Ever since then, he has the stutter. Okay. One thing is, neither of them remember the accident. Or at least Tolmac doesn't. Can't convince Mark to talk about it. Interesting. Yeah, I do wonder how long it'll take me to play through the 2 different games that are Ultima 7. Because, yeah, part 1 already seems like a pretty long game. And part 2 probably isn't going to be a short one either. So, we'll see. Should I ask about Tolmac? I guess I could. He's my younger brother. I'm concerned about him. I'm used to his rebellious behaviour, but recently has joined the Fellowship. That frightens me. They frighten me. I mean, fair enough. I've tried to get him to come to his senses. He's too busy enjoying making me worry to listen. He's trying to get Morts to join as well. Wish I could get him to reconsider. Tolmac won't listen. However, might just listen to you. Perhaps you could talk him into reconverting. Wait, how? So just leaving the religion or converting back to whatever everyone else's religion is? Because I wasn't aware of another one being... Well, there is Empath Abbey, where they do have monks. So I guess there is another religion out there. Because that one has been around longer than the Fellowship. They just never talk about the other religion. So. I guess I can talk to him. Could also talk to Morts about it. I guess I could. Anything about the other residents? Zelda? Okay. Zelda, the clerk at the Lyceum, would be the best person to talk to about Moonglow's residents. Or the bartender. Though I don't know his name. I know the observatory head and the Lyceum head are twins. Never met either of them. Don't know where the observatory is at this point, so... This is the first time that someone on this island has mentioned it. I know you don't want to talk to Rankin or Balania. But I still don't really know how to pronounce that name, but it's fine. They are ill news to our once pleasant city. Okay. I guess I can ask about the Fellowship as well. Spits on the ground. A bane to Britannia is what the Fellowship is. They have some odd philosophy that teaches you to forget who you are and follow them. The process is dehumanizing, and I think it meshes poorly with the 8 virtues. Yep. Not only that, but their leader here in Moonglow has persuaded Tolmac to join, which we already know about. Take care. Okay, so you're Tolmac. Have you considered leaving the Fellowship? Why would I want to do that? Did my brother request this? He always has a problem with letting me make my own decisions. No, I won't abandon my beliefs. Fellowship has done too much for my life. Okay. And... the man before you shyly looks away. Your name is Morts. Your job is working here at the farm. Really now? So I have the options to point out his stutter, ask about the other guy, make fun of his stutter. Lovely. Ask about here. Moonglow. Okay, ask about Moonglow. Here is Moonglow. Okay. And Cobalt is Tolmac's older brother. I trust him. Ask about Tolmac. He's my friend. I've known him for a long time. He just joined the Fellowship. He wants me to join too. Okay. Tolmac says they do many good things and they would help me make friends more easily. Cobalt thinks they're bad. I don't know what to do. How about you don't join? You don't think I should join? Cole doesn't want me to either. Suppose I won't. Thanks. Okay. think I've already asked about his job, and I'm not going to make him more self-conscious than he already is. Alright, let's go. So... the ocean is quite loud around here, so... let's explore more of the... well, part of the island that isn't just the coastline. That's kind of a path. I found a portal. Alright. This music feels familiar. I'm not sure why. Okay. So... that's probably the pub. Still looking for the observatory. That's probably just a guard. Fighter, technically. And that's just a plain bedroom. Well, a house that's basically just one room. This would probably be a healer. I wonder if this would also be a mage. The man looks at you through smiling eyes. Name is... Alad. Your job is healer. Ask about healing. Sell healing services to those who need them. Yes, it doesn't really seem to sell like spells or reagents or anything. No, I don't need any of those. Yeah. So I'll just carry on. Perhaps I could join you. Wait, why does he want to join me? He quickly stands up smiling, then just suddenly his smile fades. No, I can't. I have too many things to do. Too many people to care for. Perhaps in the future. Hope when we meet next time, I'll have the opportunity to join you. Pleasant journey. Okay. That was sudden. Yeah, I guess I'm just leading the group of cool kids around here. So... That's some... that's quite the hair. Who is that person? Because that looks like a unique character. Possibly. You see your old friend Mariah. She has brown hair in this, but very clearly grey hair here. Is this like an old high school photo of her? And she's just holding it up in front of her face. Because to me, this kind of looks like a school picture. Can I recognize Mariah? Don't you recognize me? Who are you and why? And where are my pastries? What? I'm confused. I have an important job. Aren't those shelves lovely? So neat and orderly. Be careful. The inkwells are full and the quills are sharp. I think she's maybe not doing well. So, the shelves. Are they not the neatest, most orderly, well-kept shelves you've ever seen? They did an excellent job of maintaining them. Who's they? Yes, they do. I only sell. But I can't remember who Mariah was. Was that a companion? Maybe it was one I didn't actually invite to join the group. But I don't remember the name. But then again, I think it was Ultima 4 or something? There was one where, like, you had a fairly large group, and a lot of them I only had joined towards the end of the game. So, maybe it wasn't that one. Can't remember. Ask about the quills. They're quite sharp. Always there when one needs to scribe a missive. They do an excellent job of having... They do an excellent job of having many ready at a moment's notice. Yes, they do. I only sell. Sell? Yes, I do indeed sell. I even spell. In fact, I even sell spells. If you desire reagents, you're out of luck. I only sell those during one of the 7 weekdays. Like, has she cast a spell that maybe backfired a tiny bit? Because she doesn't really seem to be doing so well. Which day? What a lovely set of books you must have. I've just the item for you to match your shelves, a potion. If you'll buy a spell or reagent, I'll sell you a potion for only its normal price. Which day? Today. You're in luck. Buy a spell. Which circle? Okay. So, this is a very chaotic conversation. So, let's see. The manual to check which spell is in which circle. And... okay. Time to check. So it's towards the end of the manual. First circle has awaken, create food, cure, detect trap, douse, ignite, light, locate. None of those. I think I want the unlock spell specifically. Their unlock magic is 4th. Does she have that one? Unlock magic! It's in there! Alright. Yes, I do want that spell. Thank you. I might want another one. So... Well, clearly this is outside. It just happens to be, well, a completely windless day, and, yeah, there's no birds or people or anything out there. Yes. It's definitely not a green screen. But yeah, just like having random backgrounds. So, was there another one I really wanted? Because I know the unlock magic one is what I have been wanting for a while. I wonder if the unlock magic... Oh, I think that's just for magically locked doors. So those are the ones where the lock is glowing. Because there are also locked doors where the lock is not glowing, but I need to find the key to it. And there are also places where it's not really a lock, it's like a mechanism to open the door, and I think there it also won't work. So many different ways of keeping me out of places. What else could I want? I mean, Wizard Eye, which was quite useful in the previous game, might also help with stuff like that cave thing. Because there I would be able to then look further than I would otherwise be able to. So I think that would help. Let's see. What else could I want? I mean, we don't have characters being paralyzed all that much at the moment. They're not really poisoned that frequently. So I don't think I really need those right now, but it's good to know that those spells are probably sold somewhere. I think I already have Dispel Field. So Clone is duplicating a mortal creature who will fight on the same side as the original. So I guess I could duplicate people from my own party to then fight on my side. Could be useful. I wonder how many I can duplicate all at once. Like, if I can show up with, like, a group of, like, 20 to a fight where I need to just fight one ghost. It would be useful. But yeah, there are some other kind of interesting sounding spells, like Restoration, which, instantly heals all injury, dispels all harmful magic, and cures all poison or paralysis for the entire party. So that's 7th circle. I'm not that level yet, but I would like to have that spell. Okay, so it's probably going to be too expensive, but might as well ask. 80 gold. I'm not sure if I can afford it at the moment, but I'll try. Nope, I don't. Okay. But now I know where to get it. Reagents. Okay, we've got ginseng, garlic, mandrake, nightshade, and black pearl. I think there is a type of ash and a type of moss and also silk that aren't sold here. So I think at least 3 ingredients that this person is not selling. But it's still good to know. Did I write anything down about locations where I can buy potions and spells and stuff? No? Okay. Well, speaking of potions, actually. An orange potion or a black potion? I don't know what either of them do, so no thanks. Okay. But having the unlock spell is going to be very useful. So I'm glad I got that. I don't think this is the observatory. I mean, there are a lot of other rooms. Yes, it is spider silk. I know. I just tend to shorten it to silk when I write stuff down. There is that thing, but I think that's some sort of, way to tell the time. Like are they called sundials? Those things? Where, depending on the shadow, you can tell what time it is. So I think that's one of those. But I think with this one, it's, holes in that curved thing, and, it would be, like, depending on the sun's angle, the light would fall through a specific one, but I might also be completely wrong. Okay. So I guess this might be the Lyceum, because it's quite big. Yeah, sundial. Called it. Okay. I mean, I think the idea of sundials is quite neat. It just seems tricky to use them, for example, well, when it's not that sunny, or when it's dark. Or when the sun is moving a lot, because, well, seasons exist. But still a nice idea. But yeah, with how much the angle of the sun changes throughout the year, I'm not quite sure how sundials compensate for that. Could this be the observatory? It looks a bit like a museum, but maybe. Do you see a telescope? Is that a door leading out from the... Okay. Huh. That's like a drawbridge. And that looks like the model of the planets. Which I guess is what an orrery is. I'm just not familiar with the word. Okay, so that stone building in the back is there. Oh, that is a giant telescope. Okay, I found the observatory. Okay. Yeah, I don't see a door other than this one. So that's the switch. That probably lowers the drawbridge. So I'll save. In spider-related news, actually, I noticed that there seems to be a pair of jumping spiders living on the window. I just thought they were cute. And when I say pair, I mean actually like a male and female one. So there might end up being baby jumping spiders on my window at some point. I mean, there was some guy downstairs. So maybe that's the person I need to talk to, but the person might also be in the other building. So where was that guy? I thought there was some guy in a cloak. Maybe not? Oh, there he is. That's the one. What are these? A kite and green cheese. And he has 2 blue items on the other side of the room. Okay. You see a scholarly-looking man with a friendly expression. Name is... Brian. Your job is... head of the observatory here in Moonglow. Okay, so... found the guy I was looking for, I think? Because I think I was looking for this guy. Where did I put my pencil? 1 second, I'll go fetch my pencil, otherwise I won't be able to take notes. There. It was on the other side of my green screen, of course it was. So, we are in Moonglow. And we are talking to... how do I spell that guy's name again? Wait. Before you depart, let me show you a few of my trinkets. No thanks, not right now. Bye. Really? So what was the guy's name? Whatever, I'll just take notes. I'll finish writing down the guy's name after. So... ask about the event. You're referring to what we in the business call the astronomical alignment. Okay. The planets and the moons will all line up perfectly, something that only happens every 800 years. How do I note this down? So the planets and the moons will line up perfectly. This only happens every 800 years. And is called the astronomical alignment. Okay. Ask about the telescope. I have it upstairs. You're welcome to use it as often as you wish. In fact, I also have an orrery. You should you desire to see that as well. Okay, I'll ask about that. Model of all the planets in our solar system, including the 2 moons of Britannia. It moves to match the actual current orbits of our real system. Right, kind of weird that this game and Daggerfall both have 2 moons. Because in Daggerfall I noticed it because since my character's a werewolf, my character was turning into a werewolf twice a month. And it wasn't like... it didn't seem like the moon cycle was just shorter. It was like, it takes a month, and then my character turns into a werewolf, and then like 7 days later my character turns into a werewolf again, and then it's another month until it happens again. So, just kind of fun that they both seem to agree on, like, one moon is too few moons. But I guess having several moons would probably make stuff like the tides even stranger. I guess technically our tides are just because of, like, the size and location of our moon. Because I think if the moon was smaller, they probably wouldn't be as strong, or if it was further away. Because if I remember right, there was something about how the moon is slowly moving further and further away from the Earth. And that, like, eventually it's gonna be too far away. So. Ah, okay. Well, I guess that makes sense. So. Ask about Moonglow some more. I love it living here in Moonglow. I like the people here. The people? Have you spoken with my twin, Nelson? He has the Lyceum. Or Elad. Surely you know about the mage, Penumbra. No, I don't. Penumbra is where? You haven't heard? 200 years ago, she put herself to sleep. Okay. Why would you rather have to moon come closer than move further away? Because presumably it would mean that it would eventually crash into the planet. And this way it'll probably just eventually be lost into space. So, either way, it's probably going to cause issues for if anyone's alive by then. I'm not sure how many years that would be. So, probably a long time. I think it was like millions of years or even longer. So. Anyway. What was the name again? Penumbra. Penumbra. So the mage Penumbra put herself to sleep 200 years ago. Okay. So, ask about Nelson. Don't see him as often as I would like. We're so heavily involved with our work. It'll be easy to recognise should you see him. People tell us we look identical. They don't see it, of course, but not only was he born with the brains, but also the handsome face. So, are they identical twins? Or even better, maybe it's just one person pretending to be twins, just running back and forth between the two buildings. Ask about Elad. He sometimes joins me at night to view the heavens. He's been trying to leave Moonglow for many years. He likes the island, but is filled with wanderlust. Well, I guess the proper German pronunciation would not be that. It would be Wanderlust. But it always feels strange to have random German words pop up in English and then, like, yeah. Whichever way you pronounce them, it always feels wrong. So I think I just go look at the telescope. Before you depart, let me show you my trinkets. The crystals. this, presenting a collection of crystals that seem to be attached in some indeterminable fashion. So this is an orrery viewer. Permits one to see my orrery from anywhere in Britannia. He seems thoughtful. I know you can't stay around here to see the alignment. Would you like to have this to view the orrery better? To view the orrery and better predict the planet's position? Yes, please. I would like that. Thought you would. There is one problem. Still need one more crystal to completely finish the viewer. If you visit the tavern, you might find one of the merchants or travelers who sometimes provide me with crystals. If you can't find another, or if you can find another crystal, I'll be able to give you the complete viewer. Okay. Ask about the moon. Oh, that's just the thing, the giant ball of cheese. That's the moon, because the moon is made of cheese. But it's green cheese. He hands them all to you. You quickly realise it's entirely made of green cheese. Yeah. I carved it myself. Great. And ask about the kite. Made this myself by reading one of the books in my brother's library. Okay. A sextant has been passed on to each and every individual who's ever held a position at the observatory here in Moonglow. It's more than 200 years old. Okay. That's all. So yeah. Good day. May use my observatory as often as you wish. Okay. So... I'll just shorten the entire thing as... Bring me a crystal so I can finish my... What's the thing called again? Like the planet thingy. Orrery. Okay. With 2 R's. And then another R later on. Finish my orrery viewer. So... yeah, maybe it's just a giant block of cheese. You never know. But yeah, I still need to actually make more badges, because back when I made my chat badges that I currently have, which isn't even my first set, this is my second set, because the first one, I think that one was just up to the 1 year, and that I made these, which go up to 4 years, and I'll be celebrating my 7-year streaming anniversary, and like only a few months after that would be when my 7-year affiliate anniversary would be. So yeah. I mean, technically I'm my own longest subscriber by I think at least a couple of months, like half a year or something. But yeah, not many people around from back then. So can't really seem to view that thing properly. And I think the telescope is actually on the ground floor. I thought he said it was on the first floor. But maybe he calls the first maybe he calls the ground floor the first floor. Well, it's stuff that unlocks later on. So I think currently I'd be able to set it up to 8 years. But I'll actually check right now, because I'm curious. Because I haven't checked in quite some time. Where would it be? Because I know it's in there somewhere. I think it would be maybe under partner? No? Under... rewards? No? Twitch has changed so many things since I last changed these. I don't even know where it is anymore. Huh. It's not under emotes, but it wouldn't really make sense to have it there. Yeah, I have lost track of where it is. Interesting. But yeah, there was something like a category called something like viewer rewards previously, but I can't seem to find it anymore. I think they've moved some stuff around again. Oh well. So, but yeah, I'll find it eventually. But last thing I remember, it was like whatever like your current number of years is plus 1 year or something close to that. So it could be that currently I can only set one for 7 years and not for 8 yet, but I'll be able to like... You're able to set it before the actual thing happens. I just don't tend to do that. So. So with the telescope I can just look around, see what's going on elsewhere. Okay. I was kind of thinking I was going to look at the sky. I guess not. I do still want to go over there. So I think I'll hand out food. But yeah, I'll probably figure out where that thing is at some point. But yeah, behind the scenes, the menus have changed so much. So things have moved around a lot, and I have not changed those badges in quite some time. So I'm sure they're still somewhere. But I might even have to look it up or just search for a bit longer. But I am curious to find out where it ended up, so... Maybe I'll, like, post about it on Discord later. There. Okay. I think that one probably is a comparable food. There, okay. Now they should all be happy for a while. Time to save. Oh, and what was the guy's name? Because I didn't really end up finding that out. Might as well go back now. Because it's really just for my notes. So, where was he? Still in his room. Brian. B-R-I-O-N. Yes. So. I can't really use this thing. So I just need to bring him the crystal. But what I should be able to do... Was I not able to open that door? Because I remember seeing the lever from up here. There, okay. So... I use my spell book. There it is. And I want to... telekinesis, there it is. On that. Yes. Ah, that thing's big. Interesting. So I guess this is the sun? These are the planets and the 2 moons? The other ones seem to be standing still, but the moons are going.
Go away.
Okay. It's cauldron. A burner. Furnace type thing. Looks like a staircase. Fine, so it's just to look at the model. Mechanism... Okay. I can't use the bellows. They all just seem kind of stuck. Very strange. So, can I ask him about it? Now that I've been in that room? I mean, if I can't ask him about it, then I'll probably just reload, because... well, there's a decent chance I'm not supposed to go in there yet. Yeah, so if all I learn is just what I saw with my own eyes and I can't ask them about it, then... yeah. Doesn't seem like I can do anything about it. Alright. I'll just load. Because I'll just keep the reagents. They'll probably come in handy. Okay. I can't reach it from here. If I could, I would probably just leave it open, but since I have to use a spell, and I don't know how many reagents I currently have, I don't really want to risk it. So he said I should go and look for the merchants at the tavern. Wait, what are those? Did we lose this food? Or did they drop it? Like, did they steal it first, or were they just carrying this along? I'm not sure. This might just be stuff that we were carrying. I think. I think those might have just been the... are they called gremlins in this game? I don't know. The creatures that roam around stealing food. But I thought they were usually in dungeons or while the party's resting. But maybe not. Is this another fellowship building? Yeah, fine, it's probably the same one I was in before. So, looking for the tavern. That's the Lyceum. Because the observatory is separate from it. That's the healer again. Nothing here. An actual paved road. Oh, right, that just leads to the observatory. I wonder why that's like one of the only paved roads around. Yeah, I do feel like they're actually stealing our food. Oh, no, actually... I don't remember if we had another one of those. Because I did just put these in there. So maybe they're just a free source of food? Be strange. Don't have too much stuff buried under there, so... yeah. Maybe it's just free food. Oh, and eggs as well. Pretty sure we weren't carrying those. But that's useful. Finding food that cheaply. Wait, is that fox carrying something green? Frank the fox! You see a fox standing on his hind legs, staring directly at you. Okay, hello. My name is Frank, devout follower of honesty. He makes a slight bow. Who would you be? Guess I'll just write down that we're talking to Frank the fox. Because I have a feeling that Frank has something important to say. I'm Spidey. It's good you told me one should always be honest when one's dealing with others. By the way, your voice crackles too much. Okay. Oh, he's being honest, as in going, I don't like the way your voice sounds. Gee, thanks for the honesty. I'm on a quest for honesty. He sniffs the air and then turns to you. By the way, you might have more friends if you bathed more often. Thanks. Yes, as in take a bath. I must inform you, you truly stink. Great. Thanks. Speaking of your friends, I've heard that your companion Dupre is a drunken sot. Yes, from what I've been told, that Dupre has no will when confronted by a tankard of, well, anything. As a matter of fact, you have fairly poor taste in companions overall. Thanks. I'm glad you asked. Your friend Yolo charges far too much for his bows. Perhaps you could have a chat with him. Too much? What do you mean too much? His bows and crossbows just aren't of the quality that is worth the kind of gold he charges. He takes a step back. Is that a G or... I'm gonna guess it's a G. Gads? Your breath could gag an ox. You should consider taking better care of your teeth or your fellows will leave you. Great. Your teeth are the reason for your offensive mouth odor. I've not seen anything that yellow since the time your fellow Shimino ran away from a battle in fear. You must be mad. This rogue needs to be taught a lesson. And your friend Shimino has quite the temper. And he pauses, peering very closely at your face. Never noticed how large your nose is. It's amazing. You can find enough air to breathe. I don't even know what this word is, so... So, bellicose, warlike, angry. If you don't know that, I believe you need to improve your vocabulary. You are too unschooled. Unschooled? Trust me, you are too ignorant to argue with me. And my nose is truly quite large and not in the least bit attractive. Well, well, well. You have the manners of a pig. It's not polite to break conversation so abruptly. Well. What an uplifting conversation. So, where was the pub? I'll just write down that Frank the Fox is on a quest for honesty, because maybe that's going to be relevant later. A quest for honesty. Okay. Because I think that was the main... well, gist of what he was saying. It just has a strange interpretation of honesty. Okay. So, I'm looking for merchants, specifically. But I guess I can talk to the fighter. You see a handsome, hardened, muscular man who, surprisingly, bears a friendly smile on his face. And is holding a stick. Your name is... Adam. Okay. Job is travel the world in search of rare and unique items to sell to museums. Any crystals by any chance? Happen to have one of those? You mean this? He pulls out a small, clear, multifaceted gem from a pouch beneath his cloak. Just found it recently. I was hoping to sell it to the Lyceum, but they have no use for it. Do you want it? I'll sell it for 20 gold. Think I should have that much? Thanks. Okay. Bye. I'll probably be able to find him again later. Well, maybe I should ask about the other items. Let's see. Items... odd artifacts. Many of the things you've seen in the music hall and Lyceum. Okay, so he doesn't currently have anything else. Travel. All over Britain. Nothing frightens me anymore. Same is not true of some of the residents. Okay, so the creatures don't frighten him, but the residents do. What's a joke? Okay. Moonglow. I know nothing about this fair city. I was out in U with my wife. Penny. There's the trainer there. I've met 2 people here other than Nelson. The bartender. And the healer. Wait, who was Nelson? Oh, Nelson, I think that was the guy at the Lyceum. So, he's met the brother of the guy who works at the observatory, but not the guy who works at the observatory himself. So I guess that's why this crystal needed to be acquired separately, because the previous merchants just didn't have any more. Yeah, I don't think I need to find out anymore. But I have the crystal now. I think. Hopefully in there somewhere. Yeah. The crystal. So I should be able to bring that one over to the observatory and then get the item. Because I think the fortune teller even told me that I'm supposed to get an item from the observatory. Yeah, he has a device you need. So, that's what she specifically said. So that's probably the device, that viewer. Okay. There he is. I have crystal. Yeah, the crystal, excellent. Takes the crystal and begins attaching it to the orrery viewer. Shortly he is finished. One crystal. Use it well. Gives the contraption to you. Okay. You may use the observatory as often as you wish. Alright. So where is that viewer thing? What does it even look like? That's the dagger. That's the other gem. Maybe one of the other characters ended up carrying it because it was too much. Yeah, that's the viewer. So it weighs 1 unit. And I currently can't fit it in there. I guess I can put the knight over there. No, still won't fit. Anything else I don't really need to carry in this character's inventory? Wait, where'd the map go? Did I drop it? Where did it go? What? Did the game glitch out? I needed that thing. Well, I think YOLO technically also has one. Does this one show my location there? I don't see it. Oh, yeah, maybe I put it in the pouch. Yes, yes, true. Thanks. I forgot about the pouch being there. So. Ring of Protection. Pocket watch. I guess I could give him the Fellowship Medallion. Because I don't want him to use the dagger. There. Okay. Now I can have that. Interesting. So. I just feel like that's something the main character should be carrying. Okay. I'll just put a tick next to that section of my notes, because I have done that now. Were there any other important things that I learned about recently? Well, there was the stuff about the other flying carpet. I'll highlight that. Hmm. There was stuff about a mage who was experimenting with stuff, but I don't know what happened to that guy, so. Yeah, the other stuff is about the town with the gargoyles and the mine. So, nothing too useful there. Stuff about the Artists Guild in Minnock. No, I don't think there's any super important main quest stuff there. Alright, let's save, because I do think the viewer thing is a main quest item, and I have now acquired it. I could try and see if I can find the mage who, put herself to sleep 200 years ago. Because maybe I can cast, like, Awaken or something on that mage and then talk to that person. I'm not sure I have the spell, though. I'm not sure which circle that would be. Awaken is one that doesn't even have a circle. Okay. So I should be able to just cast that. Unless the sleep spell was more powerful than that. Which could be how that mage has stayed asleep for that long. Either that, or nobody wanted to wake her up. Either way, this is an emergency, and I'm going to try and wake up that mage if I can find her. So, where was the Lyceum? I mean, it's a giant building, so it shouldn't be that difficult to find. There, that's the one. The Fox of Brutal Honesty, and there's the front door. So, they have a separate staircase here. I don't see any unconscious people around. Guess I'll double check that there's nobody hiding in the corner of this room. Nope, don't see anyone. And the mage's name was... Penumbra, I think. Hello. How you doing today? I don't think I can ask about the other mage. Yeah, that's quite nice. It's been quite, well, rainy, but not constantly rainy lately. So, at least it's not just, it being extremely sunny all day, every day. But it has been a bit unpredictable, and there have also been some thunderstorms. So, just makes things a bit more complicated when you go outside. Because, like, sometimes the rain starts very fast. And, well, if you're not ready to be doused in water, then, you kind of need to prepare in advance. So. It's actually been raining over there as well. Nice. Wasn't there a bit of a drought, like, a month ago or so? Where you mentioned it had been raining? Oh, am I misremembering? There have been so many weird things going on with the climate internationally this summer, or, well, this year. Because from what I've heard, there was a giant heat wave in Mexico, where they actually broke their all-time temperature record. As in, like, it's been hotter than any temperature that's been registered during any part of any year before. So, like, that type of breaking the temperature record, not just it being hotter than it usually would be in May, but, like, this is the start of summer and they're already breaking their all-time record? That doesn't sound good now, does it? So, yeah, there've already been some weird things going on. So it might be an extra silly year in terms of weather. If I remember correctly, Austria also, like, set a record for, like, earliest day that it ever reached 30 degrees. Because I think they managed to reach it in March somewhere, if I remember right. Which was just very silly. So, yeah. You see a woman who meets you guys with an icy stare. Oh, that's Zelda. I think someone mentioned Zelda. I think it was the older farmer? Like one of the two brothers, the older one. 7 degrees. Well, I guess if you're not used to it getting as low as 7 degrees, then 7 would be very cold, but in my experience, 7 degrees isn't actually that cold. But, I'm used to temperatures going below freezing, so, like, to me, 7 degrees is like, I would maybe wear, like, a hoodie and a raincoat over it. Like, not even a winter coat. I don't think I wore my winter coat at all last winter. Because over here it just doesn't really go that low. And if it does, it tends to be more rare. So, yeah. For me, I often only really need my winter coat when it's below, like, 0 degrees or something. Otherwise, a hoodie and, like, a raincoat that doesn't have any additional insulation in it, just, like, to keep off the rain and stuff, it's perfectly fine for me. Well, to me, 15 degrees is not shorts and t-shirt, but it is enough for me to walk around in a t-shirt, just not shorts. Because for that, it's a bit too cold. But yeah, I have definitely walked outside just in a t-shirt if it's like sunny and 15 degrees. If it's windy and or rainy and 15 degrees, then I wouldn't recommend that to me. Well, it's more opinions on weather, not so much on, like, weather forecasts. Over here, weather forecasts seem to be kind of useless a lot of the time. So, I think we're mostly talking in Celsius. So, yeah. Because Fahrenheit is only used in a small part of the world in comparison. And we have a very international community. So, sure, like, obviously, there are also people here who live in the US, but, yeah. I think, like, with how we've got people from, I think, every continent other than Antarctica, a lot of the time at least, yeah, it just makes it easier to talk in metric. So, I'm the advisor at the Lyceum. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I've actually, like, in my viewer stats, but we've had people here from every continent. So, it's kind of fun. I just stream at a very strange time. So, ask more about the Lyceum. The building in which you stand. Well, yeah. Great library. Storing knowledge and stuff. Structure has changed over the past 200 years. The essence of learning has not. Well, I have global reach in the sense that there are a few people in some places who have been in this channel. I don't have global reach in the sense that people would generally recognize me anywhere. Like, I think someone who specializes in, like, streaming in their native language and it being a smaller community in terms of language would probably feel more, like, famous than, well, someone like me who just, like... if I go to any specific convention, odds are none of my viewers are going to be there because too international. So, yeah. Like, I think, for example, someone who streams in... What's a small country with its own language that doesn't really share a language with other countries? Because, I mean, there are countries that are small in terms of population, but that are still quite vast in terms of, like, surface area. Hungary? Sure. So, I guess someone, or... What language do they... Like, Denmark does have Danish, right? I have not actually been there, but I think Denmark is also compact enough-ish. So, yeah, presumably someone who streams in that language would then have a more compact community to where they might actually come across people who recognize them at some point. But yeah, for people like me, nope. So, yeah. Let's see. Ask more about the role as an advisor. Just match and regulate the elements of the Lyceum. Provide assistance to the people in Moonglow. Okay. I'm kind of just looking for the guy who leads the Lyceum and is the twin brother of the other person. Young woman with an intellectual bearing. Probably not the person I'm looking for. Is it this guy? Yes, I think so. Wait, how does he know his... He knows my name. Have I talked to this guy before? Is it just the same guy as the one at the observatory? Yeah, that is Nelson. Job is... I'm the Lyceum head, but my assistant Zelda does most of the work. But yeah, it's weird that this guy knew my name, because I don't think I've talked to this one before. So maybe they are secretly the same person. Well, I don't know much about Iceland other than the surname system being a bit unusual. Like, the way I understand it, they have the surnames basically mean son or daughter of, and then the parent's name. So, something like that. And that's why they tend to have very long surnames, traditionally. And, like, I have mainly seen it through, like, people who are in the music industry and then have their artist stage name be a very shortened version of their actual name because their actual name is too long and too difficult to pronounce. So, I just thought that was interesting. But yeah, you can look it up. So, for example, like names ending in S-O-N, so son. As far as I know, that's part of that. So that would be the name of the parent, and then the son afterwards, as in son of parent. I've heard about it. Like, I even had a teacher trying to explain it at some point. So, I'm obviously not from Iceland. I've never been there, but from my understanding, that is somewhere along the lines of how that naming system works. And it just obviously leads to very long names. So, do I need to ask him anything? Ask about Moonglow? Well, the way they spell daughter is different. I think it's... I won't get the spelling exactly right, but it's like D-O-T-T-I-R or something? Yeah, like that. But I think there might be a special character in there somewhere, which I'm not sure about. So, anyway, I just thought it was fascinating. So, love the people on the island, the people. Have you met my twin brother? Here's the observatory. Somewhere in the Lyceum you can find Mariah. She's not well up here, he touches his head. Yeah. Is that Jillian? The sage? Also studies here at the Lyceum. Yes, that one. That letter. That. Yeah, as I said, I have, like, seen some artists' full names from, like, you know, checking, like, Wikipedia or something. And I just thought that it was interesting how overly long some of the names are. So. Good person to see about the other residents would be the bartender. Right, that's the bartender's name, I think. Right. Can't forget about the legend of Penumbra. It's 200 years ago she cast herself into deep slumber. Now think of it, you're the one she predicted would awaken her. Better hasten. Okay. Figured that might be the thing, because with my character last having been in Britannia 200 years ago, and Penumbra having put herself to sleep 200 years ago, maybe there was a reason, like, maybe she was specifically, like, trying to wait for me and basically putting herself into, like, it's some type of sleep to just, like, be able to help however many 100 years later. Don't know. So, his name is Nielsen. So... Penumbra... Predicted... You'd be the one. To wake her. There. So... Penumbra? No one has ever discovered how to enter her house. I believe those mysterious signs on the door require one to have specific items to place next to the plaques. Okay. So, nobody has been able to enter her house. Which, I mean, That sounds useful, because if everyone knows you're basically in a coma-like sleep for an indefinite amount of time, some people might come over and borrow some things. So. Mysterious signs on the door. That require one to have specific items to place next to the plaques. So, I'll just shorten that as there are signs on her door that probably require specific items to be placed next to them. Just in case I need that context for actually using the items. Okay. Any of the other ones I want to know about? Mariah? She was once an adept mage, but ever since the wizards began losing their faculties, she followed suit. Oh. So I guess all the wizards got affected by this. So it wasn't about what they were doing, it's just that all of them got affected. And now all of them are, maybe a tiny bit out of it. Like, I can still purchase spells from them. But, it feels like a lot of them maybe are not quite aware of their surroundings anymore. For the most part, at least. Like, maybe they're in some sort of dream state, I don't know. Ask about the twin. His name is Brian. People often mistake us for each other. I think we look nothing alike. He got all the looks and the brains. Still, the fact that he knew my name, I don't trust him. I think there are no twins. I think it's just one person. Because he did say that the other lady mostly runs the Lyceum. So maybe he's just at the Lyceum whenever someone is looking for him there. And then the rest of the time he spends at the observatory. So, may have free reign of the building, but first, let me show you my book stand, bookmark, quill holder, or book. Book. This... oh, it's not here. Zelda must have put it back on the shelf. Okay. It doesn't specify the type of book, so... quill holder? Shows you a serpent-shaped oaken quill holder. For some reason I expected it to be made of metal of some sort, but having it be carved out of wood also sounds quite nice. Pick this up while traveling through Serpent's Hold. Makes sense. Could have spawned the matching letter opener was here as well. How odd. I wonder if the letter opener could possibly be the squiggly dagger that I found at the crime scene. That would be interesting. Bookstand. Solid brass bookstand has matching overhanging... an overhanging candle holder for late night exploration in literature. I invented it myself. It kind of sounds like that would drip wax onto the pages, but I guess at least you'll be able to read. interested in remastering Ultima 7. I mean, if they now belong to EA, then I think there's going to be limits to how and if the IP is going to be used again. Because from what I'm aware of, EA has a bit of a tendency to buy franchises and then just... Like, the games might be available, but they don't really do anything else with them. So, yeah. They don't really seem to remaster old games all that much from what I've seen. But I could be wrong. Like, from what I've seen, smaller studios are more likely to, like, release, like, sequels or stuff. Wait, who owns Theme Hospital? Is that EA as well? Because the release of 2 Point Hospital was a bit of a, like, situation where the original devs are no longer with the company that now owns the copyright. Yeah, exactly. So, as I was saying, from what I know about EA and them owning old franchises, I think they have a tendency to just sit on them and, like, at most make them available, but not really do anything else. So, yeah. Like, I also heard rumors that Microsoft at some point had, like, an internal memo leaked about wanting to buy Steam. I hope that rumor stays a rumor, because I don't think that would be good. But I guess we'll find out if it ever happens, because, yeah. I'd rather not have that happen. Like, in general, what I've been hearing about bigger gaming companies lately, I'd prefer having fewer big gaming companies. Because they always seem to ruin things somehow. So. And I don't mean fewer big gaming companies as in them all being bought up by one even bigger gaming company. I just mean they should be smaller. So, just pointing that out, because who knows, our future might be that one big company owns everything. And I'd rather not have that. So, bookmark. This. And it's a solid gold sheet shaped like a maple leaf. Purchased it at an auction for only half of its value. A solid gold sheet. That kind of makes it sound like it would get bent out of shape really fast. Like, I have worked with gold leaf for, like, crafting purposes. Because I have made jewelry and stuff in the past by, like, actually making the beads and everything. And that stuff, like, if you breathe at it too hard, it disintegrates. So for some reason, a sheet of gold makes me think more of gold leaf, not of, like, solid item. So, but maybe you could just call a thin, like, actual, like, a significant amount of gold to the point where it doesn't just disintegrate, but is still thinly rolled out. Maybe you call that a sheet of gold as well. I don't know. Can't ask about anything else. Alright. Goodbye. Okay. It seems like a lot of the bigger companies, they want the equivalent of a definite success. So they want something that has, like, a built-in large audience that doesn't necessarily care about the quality of the game and is just going to buy it regardless. And they want the games to be produced cheap. And I think that doesn't really mesh well with doing remasters of kind of well, Ultima is obviously not a franchise that isn't very dedicated to the games, but it's not like the level of like Call of Duty where there's plenty of people dedicating significant portions of their life just making content for it. So, yeah, I think at this point at least it's not big enough of a franchise for them to really care about it. Which is a shame, but well. So, I mean, I would argue that Theme Hospital also has a very dedicated fan base, and apparently, well, maybe they just didn't want the game to be released by a different company, but well, maybe that was just their issue, that the devs didn't want to release it under EA. I'm talking about 2 Point Hospital. Because they had to name it that because they couldn't get the Theme Hospital name. So, I don't know the details of how that all went down. Well, if you go far enough into the past, it would also be people who are quite wealthy. And, as far as I know, wealth and, being, like, having gone through a lot of formal education tend to go together. So, that's also going to be a factor. I mean, I personally didn't actually finish higher education, but I attempted it. Twice. So, I tried. So... Do I need to do anything else in Moonglow? I mean, I would kind of like to find that house, but I don't really know how to do it. I mean, if I use the telescope, I might be able to look for it without time passing. Because I think the game might technically be paused while I'm looking through that. So I think I'll try that. See if, like, the ocean moves. Because that could be useful for finding that house. It is a big island. Okay. Telescope is over this way. Yes. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So, I think it's a very dedicated fan base, but I don't think it has enough mass appeal if they were to make an Ultima remake or sequel or whatever. Because I think, obviously, if you have a very dedicated fan base that has been enjoying a franchise for so long, they don't want people to ruin any future game. So, might mean that the fans would be more critical than if they were less passionate about the franchise, and that the rest of the world wouldn't really care. So that sounds like a bit of a tricky situation to try and follow the franchise up. I feel like there are some franchises that have more, like, casual appeal. Like, I think Theme Hospital also has dedicated fans, but I think there are more people who just played it, like, casually for a while, who did also enjoy it and feel nostalgic about it. But the Ultima games are a big commitment. So, I hope that makes sense, but yeah. My guess would be that those types of games would be easier to remaster and not have the fan base reject the game. Because, I mean, obviously, if you feel very passionate about something, you're also likely to be more critical. I mean, just as a small example, I personally like spiders, and I don't appreciate it when people draw a spider in, like, a video game or, like, make a sculpture or something and get the anatomy completely wrong. Which is actually quite common. So, yeah, having the legs connect to the wrong part of the body, having the wrong number of legs, having 3 body segments instead of 2. So, I'd probably be less critical about it if I, felt more casually about spiders. So while I might not be an expert on it, I just, you know, I quite like them. Which is also why I named myself after them. It's not a couch, it's a chair. Just a desk chair with a blanket on it. But yes, this is Reginald. And he does have 2 body segments and his legs attached to the right part of his body. Because, there are, like, depictions of spiders where they add in another body segment. They just have the 2, the head and the thorax, I believe is the proper word. As I was saying, I'm not an expert on all the vocabulary and everything, but yeah, anatomy. Or they have the legs connect to the back of the body instead of the front. So, yeah. I mean, obviously this is still a plushie, but it's about as accurate as you're gonna get with a plushie. Like, it doesn't have separate pedipalps and fangs, but, like, basically these are the pedipalps, which, yeah, would be more noticeable in a spider than the fangs tend to be. So... I don't really see a random locked building. I mean, obviously there was this giant room, but there was nobody sleeping in there. Yeah, that one's just open. That's the Fellowship building. Just trying to see if I can... Oh, that could be it. There is a plaque on the floor. Unless that's a gold bar. I think the plaque was supposed to be on the door, but maybe it fell off. Okay. But yes, point being, when you feel passionately about something, you might be a bit more protective of it. So, yeah, that's why having a very large dedicated fan base can backfire a bit. Like, I mean, as example, Star Wars fans. Not exactly, always happy with additional movies being made. So... I think I need to translate that plaque. I mean, personally, I haven't actually seen the original trilogy all the way through, but I have seen the prequels all the way through, and I thought they were fine. So... And people also disagree on, the new the sequel trilogy. Because some people, like, in general, people tended to like the first movie and hated the last movie, but the middle one, some people really liked and some people really hated. So, good example of you can't ever make everyone happy, because it's just gonna be a bit of a mess. I don't really know how I'd use an item, and it is locked. So... Yeah, well, I don't really, like, have the highest standards for writing, I guess. Like, I dislike Shakespeare. What I've, like, read of Shakespeare. So... maybe I just like bad writing. But people are different. There. What does that mean? I definitely can't read the runic alphabet yet. From what I actually saw, it's a derivative of, I think, Germanic runes? Or there's some old runes. It looks very similar to them. Anyway, first letter is an H. So that's an A. H-A. M. Hammer? Okay. So something about a hammer. H. E. Hammer here? T. And O. Hammer here to enter, I think. I don't have a hammer. Or do I? I think we have a small axe. But I don't think we have a hammer. So... that's a potion, I think? Yes. There's an opening at the back of the pen, so... shouldn't have it too close to my face, because otherwise I'll make whistling sounds. Okay. Don't see anything that looks like a hammer. I mean, it'll probably be a specific hammer, but if I was carrying a fairly standard hammer, I would still try that. There. That is a hammer. So, guess I'll try that. So, you hold the hammer, and... okay. Can't use the hammer. I'll just drop this weapon. Nope. Hammer. Okay. So... maybe I can use it if it's in his inventory. No, still out of range. What if I place the hammer there? Next to it, then. Okay. Think you're on the right track. Sign appears to have changed. Look at it now. Okay. Good thing I picked up the hammer. So... what's that first letter? It could be a P. I mean, it's slightly different from the previous design of that rune, but it's close enough. Because previously it was, like the top part, that, like, curve and the other curve being separate, and there being some space in between. But, yeah, I guess the design of that rune just changed. So, P... I... That's a... What letter is that? I mean, that's an H. Or, no, that's a K. That's a K. But is this a C? P... So, pitch? Yes, I'm outside Penumbra's house, I think. It's a locked door. I was told that Penumbra's house is locked. She didn't leave a name tag or anything, so I don't know. But I would assume so. So, P-I-C-H. And that's an I. T. E. M. Yeah, maybe it's just not a P at the start. So, something item. I think that's a C. A. R. E. Care. And then F. U. L. L. And Y. So, item, carefully, T. O. 2. K. Double E. Pitch. But I think, wouldn't you write the word pitch with a T as well? Or is it P-I-T-C-H, or is it P-I-C-H? Generally how you spell the word pitch. Because I'm pretty sure there's a T in there. Oh well. Yeah. So, like, I'm not aware of a word that's P-I-C-H. But that's the closest translation I could come up for those runes, so... I don't know. Item, carefully to keep. And this was... which one looks like an X? That's a G. Okay. G-O-I... And... So... That is a P. That is a C. So... It is P-I-C-H. Oh, no, pick. That's a K. Right. I forgot that that's a K, not an H. An H is actually... Well, none of these, but... So, similar to this letter, but having another line go from here to here. That would be an H. So, pick item carefully to keep going. So, lockpick? Maybe? Because that's a pick. Let's just put one lockpick there. Okay. I think that's a different message again. So that's A. I mean, that's already a different message. A. G. O. L. I think that's a D. So golden. Yeah, golden. A, golden. R-I-N-G. So ring. I think. Yes. Ring. Of. T-R. Of. A golden ring of truth? F. A. C. E. That's an S, I think. Faces. So a golden ring of truth faces thee. Okay. I have a ring of protection. I have a ring of invisibility. Not a ring of truth. What would that even be? Golden ring of truth. And I think it facing me would just mean that it's here. But I feel like invisibility does not count as truth. That seems a bit random. What's that thing again? That's gargoyle jewelry. Well, it has a ring-shaped thing at the bottom. What's intimidating about the group? How we're just running around with a kid who's using a sling. Because that sounds terrifying. And he's carrying a fishing rod, not a weapon. I guess I could try one of the rings I'm already carrying. No, he's not carrying any items other than food. And he's not going to carry anything like a ring. I mean, the lockpick was pick your next item carefully or something along the lines of that. So there was just the the hint was pick, and I guess carefully as well. So, golden ring of truth. I mean, I feel like it's probably actually golden, or at least, like, close to golden. Because, like, for example, you might call something that's orange or yellow golden. So, maybe it's not made of gold, but I feel like it's within that, like, general, like, somewhere close to the color gold. But ring of truth. Like, when I think of a symbol of truth, I think of the scales. Like with, I'm not even sure which Greek or Roman goddess it is that, like, holds the, scales in one hand and has her eyes tied. But I know that's a thing. And as far as I know, the idea of that is, like, justice is blind. Anyway. But the scales aren't really just a golden ring. Otherwise, I always would have thought about, like, maybe they mean a gold coin, but that's not really a ring either. That's a circle. But it's filled in. It doesn't have a hole in the middle. Like a crown is golden and round. But I feel like that, calling that a ring of truth would be silly. Maybe I just put an actual ring on the floor and see what happens. Ring invisibility? No. Protection? No. I mean, I figured it wasn't those, but might as well still try. I can't even remember why I have the other... Well, why I have the hammer. The lockpicks, obviously, because I'm unlocking doors. Well, only one of these items is vaguely golden, and that's just sulfurous ash. So, I don't think that's it. I don't think the pocket watch would be it. Could try the gargoyle jewelry, because I don't actually know what it symbolizes. But I can't seem to drop it there. I guess I'm not allowed to get rid of it. Oh, maybe I am. Just doesn't fit that close to it. I don't think it did anything. No. Can I take the other items back, or does that reset it? I guess I could take them back and... No? Can't pick it up? Why not? It's just one more lockpick. Won't fit. What do you mean it won't fit? Fine, I'll drop some gold. Wait. No, it's not just a hunk of gold. But it still says a golden ring of truth. Looked a bit weird for a second there. Like, clicking on the bag changed stuff. I don't know. But I guess it's some sort of... maybe item of jewelry? So... which town was known for truth? Wait. Is truth one of the 3 basic principles? Yeah, truth, love, and courage. I mean, it feels like it would be a bit random to have to go to the shrines to specifically get, like, I don't know, the talisman of truth could be a ring. So I feel like it might not be that. Because with the other items, it was such, like, comparatively ordinary stuff. I mean, I can't quite remember what items they had at that museum. But we should be going back to Britain anyway, so I guess I'll do that. I think my last save was before finding the house when I was at the telescope. I think I'll go back to that. Fine, that was actually just before placing down items. Well, I also had another save. But either way, I think I'll leave it this way for now. I know I have the other 2, and I'll just make sure not to get rid of them. So... well, they had the runes there. But there is actually... I remember there's a ring near Cove. There's like a shrine that some lady is keeping, and it's like the family tradition to keep that shrine nice. I think that might have been a golden ring on like a pedestal in there. So I think I'll go back to Britain to exchange my gold for coins, and also to probably steal that thing. I think that's a good plan. We'll see if it works out. So, let's go. I mean, it wouldn't be quite as random of an item as the hammer and the lockpick, but it wouldn't be quite as difficult of an item to get as one that requires me to finish a fairly major quest. So I'd say that's close enough to, like, being a reasonable item to pick up at some point. Okay. It's still possible that there's going to be an item after that one. Oh, that creature, I don't want to fight that. That looked powerful. I think that was a giant sea serpent. Or, like, it had the head of a dragon. I don't want to find out if it spews fire. Because the ship is made of wood. In some of the previous games that was the case, so I don't want my ship to sink. Okay. Having some issues lining up the ship. So this should be Britain. And I also think the sea creature shouldn't attack my ship, because it goes after people, not so much things. So I think as long as I'm not on the ship should be safe. But it can probably sink the ship. So, didn't want to deal with that. Alright, it is night time, so I'll use that opportunity to go to the shrine and see if I can get that ring. I think just following this path should lead me there. Where was that giant garden? Ah, there it is. Okay. So, there was a pedestal. There it is. Oh, it is a ring. I think I'll have to wait for the lady who takes care of this place to show up if I actually want to find out if it means anything. The ring. I'll overwrite that save. That should be fine. Just want to see what happens if I pick it up. You still have room? Okay. Well, nothing happened. Alright. But I'll load back here, just to be safe. And I'll see if I can find that lady. She would have to have a house somewhere around here. Okay, that's a healer. Oh, that's Yana. Okay. So, that's not the person I'm looking for. And that's a lot of beds. Let's see, what does this say? Oh, you out. Then a random dot. N. I. Out and in. Oh, I think that's a reference to possibly the... Is it a fast food chain? In and out? As far as I know, it's US only, so I have not interacted with it. But some of the previous games also had references to fast food chains. So that might just be a reference to that. Nobody here. Nobody in here either. Who is this? Oh, I just came in through the other door. It's that guy's house. Hamburger chain, yeah. So, I did remember it, right? That woman is... not the one who was taking care of the shrine, I think. Yeah. Well, I haven't heard much about it, mainly just the name. But the US seems to have so many different fast food franchises that it is kind of impossible to keep track of. And most of them aren't actually that international. The ones that are kind of... the exception to the rule. So like stuff like Pizza Hut and Dunkin' Donuts and those. As far as I know, with how many fast food franchises there are in the US, the vast majority of them is US only, or maybe also Canada, but like not like super international. So there. Who are you again? Keep the Shrine of Compassion. Right. Ask about the shrine. And for many generations. Great grandmother made a request for the family to take care of it. Take care. The other shrines are in bad condition. So what are the other reasons? I know the reasons, okay. Tradition. I don't think the ring has been mentioned. She actually met the Avatar. I am the Avatar. It's been said you would return. Okay. Yeah, she doesn't say anything about the ring. Guess I'll just have to try it. I think I'll just pick it up, run to my ship, and sail over there and just try it out. So. Save over here. Yeah, for example, I've heard about Taco Bell, but I don't think I've ever seen a location. So I don't know how international that one would be. What should I wait for? For saving? Because yes, I do want to exchange the gold, but it is nighttime. So this is just me quickly picking up the ring to test if it works. And then I'll go back to the save. So, that's the plan. Because I don't even know if that's the right ring. Or if I'm supposed to be taking it. So that way I can test it, and depending on the results of my tests, I will either leave the ring there, or pick it up. But yeah, basically the save is going to... Well, I'm not going to be saving at this point, I'll just be reloading as soon as I figured out if the ring worked. Because this way I can just answer that question immediately instead of having to wait, and then possibly eventually find out that I shouldn't have picked up that ring. So, that's all. So... my ship should be around here. That's the one. Alright. Fastest way over to the northern part of Moonglow. I'm glad I managed to sail past that thing without it attacking me. At least I didn't see any attacks. I'm kind of stuck here though. Hope it's not still following me. Okay, I'm right here at the moment. There are a bunch of mountains here, so... I feel like that's going to be a quest thing later. But I should just sail around it. I should just sail around it. I should just sail around it. There. Finally. Alright. This island still is not on the map. So I guess that's the big island that I got the gem for. To be able to find this island. But it seems like it's just a giant island right here. I'm not even sure which island this is. I keep bumping into things that aren't on the map. Maybe they're on the more detailed map. So the PDF version of the map. But I'm not going to check it right now. I'm busy navigating. So... do this, do that. And can we walk on land? Yes, we can. Don't even need to worry about getting back to the ship in theory, because I'm just trying this out. Alright, so... you are carrying the hammer. I placed it on this side last time. Okay. And then I put down the lockpick. Just the one. Okay. And you're carrying the ring. So, is this going to work? Oh, okay, that worked. So, that's G-R-A S grasp N O T grasp not at TH R E A that's D. So grasp not at threads. So that would probably be like cloth or thread. So at least I know that much now. Grasp not at threads. I should probably note that down, just in case I forget it. Too many pieces of paper falling out of my notebook at this point. There. So... and this is Penumbra's house. So, first item, hammer. Then second item, lockpick. Third item, ring. The item is just called a ring, so it doesn't say golden ring, it doesn't say ring of truth, just ring. And 4, grasp, not at threads. Okay. Alright, so I wanted to load that save. Because now I know what I need to bring next. Some sort of textile-related item. But I am supposed to take the ring. Because I need that one, seemingly. Or maybe it would have worked with any golden ring, but it's fine. Since the lady didn't even mention this ring, it's probably okay if I take it. She doesn't seem to care too much about it. I mean, there's a giant altar built for it and she didn't even mention it. Okay. So, is everyone hungry again? No, not everyone. So the items I last handed out had different nutritional values. So Yolo needs food. Anyone else? Spark? Nope. That guy. Nope, just Yolo. Alright. So he'll get a small green fish. Okay. And I wanted to head to the mint to exchange my gold, but it is currently about midnight, so not going to be able to do that just yet. I can head down to Pause, since that is just on the southern end of this town, so can go over there and find out what's been going on. Because, there may or may not have been a murder here. Don't know yet, though. Don't think there were too many houses around, so shouldn't take too long to check. Okay, there's a mill? Don't see any corpses around here. No, nothing there. Because the two people who've been traveling around the country, and wherever they go, they tend to find a murder scene. They were supposedly going here, but maybe they're still here and just haven't gotten around to the murder part yet. I mean, I'm sure they have a very busy schedule. So, I don't think there's any more houses out this way. We do have torches, but I use them up so fast. So for now I'm just looking around to see if I can find any obvious bloodstains. No, nothing there. Nothing there. I see something suspicious here. Oh, is that just the butcher's shop? I think it is. Could try to unlock that door just in case. Since I can't really see in there. I'll probably save before doing that, just in case. Let's just up here. But I think that was the butcher's shop. Which would be a decent excuse for all the bloodstains, but I don't know about the bars on the window. Because why would those be necessary? Alright, let's save. Alright. So. I'll put that over there so I can actually see what I'm doing. Nope. Didn't work. Okay. So it's just one of those locks that don't unlock. Yeah. Alright, I'll just load back. Because I don't want to risk losing lockpicks or anything like that. But yeah, it's one of those locks where I will need to find a key to actually open that. Can I look at this stuff? No, can't seem to do anything with it. Maybe there haven't been any new murders. I guess that is possible. Like, that guy is doing fine. Was there anything further north? Nope. I mean, I could just talk to the locals. If there was a murder, all of them would go, "Have you heard about the murder?" So, job, merchant, one of my thriving businesses in Paws, which includes the slaughterhouse. Oh, Morphin, right. I know about Morphin. Slaughterhouse, you've noticed the smell, so I do apologize. Think of it as the smell of success. Might purchase some meat if you wish. I'd rather not. But I will search his drawers. He is also receiving flyers from the Purity League. And that chest is locked, but I will just go back to my other save if he complains about me unlocking it. Pick broke. Broke. Really now? Tough lock. Very tough lock. Okay. Well, that didn't work out. So, his house was this way, I think. Maybe a bit further north. I came across it somehow. So where could it be? I think it was just one of the small one-bedroom houses. With the bedroom being the only room. Either way, I didn't manage to open that chest. At least not yet. That's a giant swamp. What is that? Okay. Well, something big clearly died here. I'll go back. Wait. Those are not eggs. I was thinking they might be. That's a very big swamp. Well, it looked more like a giant snake, because it didn't have legs. Or maybe someone took the legs. That would be a bit dark. There, I think that's his house. Yes. Okay. So, I'll overwrite this save. And try the lockpicks again. Maybe I was just unlucky. I thought I had 6 lockpicks. I guess not. Yeah, they keep breaking, all of them. I mean, it could be that lockpicking is based on my dexterity. And that this one is just a higher level one. But it's difficult to tell if my chance of opening that lock would be 0, or if it would just be very unlikely that I managed to open it. If I don't manage to open it this time round, then I'll just give up on it. Yep, still don't manage to open it. So I guess either impossible or very unlikely to manage to unlock it. Okay, that's a plant. I'll just leave that guy alone. Who are you? Probably not a fellowship member. Because I'm looking for 2 fellowship members roaming around. Maybe they're at the, big house with all the beds there. Third one. Ask about Elizabeth and Abraham. You just missed them. Of course I did. They were delivering funds, they've gone to Jelon. Okay. So. No fellowship branch there. They are trying to expand the fellowship. Okay. What is your name again? Just for my notes. Barry Twin. Elizabeth. And Abraham have gone to John. Okay. Job, fellowship shelter. Okay. Nobody seems to mention anything about some gruesome recent murder. So, maybe there wasn't one. I feel like they would probably have noticed, unless it happened right that night. Okay. It is... $4:43. I don't know when the mint opens, but I hope it's soon. I'll just have to find it. I know there was a guard patrolling right outside of it, but I'm not sure if that would be the case at night as well. This is, I think, the theater? Oh, I think the mint was very close to the drawbridge. There, yes, found it. So it's not open yet, but it will be. Okay, anything else I need to do in Britain? There is an alchemy shop. I'm not sure if I'd be able to get an invisibility potion. I'll double check that that is actually what I'm supposed to be buying. Yeah, I think the monks at Empath Abbey were specifically asking for an invisibility potion. So, where are my notes of when I went to Empath Abbey? That's Trinsic, Britain. Music was glitching out weirdly. Don't know what that is. Britain again. Gerlam. Empath Abbey. There. Get me a potion of invisibility. Yes. So. So I am supposed to acquire a potion of invisibility to bring to the monks at Empath Abbey, and I also was told that the monks have some information I need, so presumably I'll get that in exchange for the potion. So that's jewelry. So, can I actually buy rings here? I wonder. Okay, so I can get a gem, a gold ring, a wedding ring, or an ankh. Huh. So maybe I would just get that gold ring. They have gold bars in the back. Kind of nice. Okay, I think the alchemist was around here somewhere. I think he was close to the southern end of Britain. But maybe not this far down. Yeah, that's the jewelry shop. Blacksmith. Other weapons. Let's see. What was I able to buy here? Just actual items of clothing, not the materials. Okay. And that's wool. Okay. So I don't think that counts as thread. And that door... Is that just a... Yeah, it's just going in here. Not where the alchemist is. That's the healer over here. That's the alchemist. Found him. Or found the shop. Not the person, though. Are you also the alchemist? No. No, I don't think so. Looking forward to your arrival. Word spreads quickly. Pleased to meet you. What's your name? Cecil. Cecil the healer. In the past I was known as Abrams. Became Cecil when I was advanced. My name was Abrams. When my name was Abrams, I lived on the island of New Magentia. Did my apprentice work there. My practice grew. Soon was travelling by ship to Moonglow to see patients there. Soon I had patients on 3 islands. It was then Lord British received word of my practice. My practice grew swiftly. I'm a modest man. I don't mind saying I was a popular healer. Probably the best healer in all of Britannia. Right? He cured a particular problem I had in no time at all. Oh, what problem is that? Never mind. The whole world doesn't need to know about it. Okay then. Good to know. Lord British. Lord British himself was struck down with some sort of malady. He sent for me. Arrived at the castle. Examined him. It appeared that something had infested his blood. I have a theory about it, which I am convinced is correct. Others don't share my view. I believe most sicknesses are caused by tiny living things. Can't see these things with the naked eye. I'm working on developing an instrument which can see these creatures. I believe that someday healing will not depend on magic at all. Some form of treatment which makes one less vulnerable to these living creatures. Since these animals are biological, I call this theorized treatment antibiotics. What do you think? Am I on the right track? Maybe. I guess I should just say yes, because... Well, good. Thought so. Alright, others. Group of people who do not encourage my studies. We don't get along. I think they have something against healers, which goes beyond simple distrust. Do you know who I mean? Yes, the Fellowship. Thought so. Fellowship is not quite what they seem. They have a doctrine which outlines their beliefs. They believe if one is faced with pain, then he has no choice but to go through it in order to be a better person. Don't agree with this. No one should ever go through needless pain, but they are entitled to their own opinions. Okay. Well, that conversation didn't really tell me much. I was thinking that maybe it would be something important, considering Lord British was sick, but I guess not. So, where were the castle gates? Ah, that's the vent. Hopefully it's open now. No? Still not open. What time is it? 7:13. Okay. Guess I might as well hand out some food. There. My character is hungry. So I guess I'll fix that. Okay. What if I close that screen and check him? He is also hungry. There. Now if I close that... Okay, this one does stay open. Should be useful. He's hungry too. There. Shamino is hungry. He'll get a fish. Yellow is hungry. I'll get that one. And Spark is hungry as well. What is that? Dried meat. Okay. He'll get that one. No? Didn't work. There. So now they should be done complaining. When did they actually open? The winter's still closed. Guess I'll save. But I do wonder what the next item is going to be for opening Penumbra's house. Like, maybe just some string? Maybe a piece of cloth? Maybe an item of clothing? Yeah, I definitely know that issue. Some places have the worst opening times. Like, only opening from, like, 10 till 3 and only on Tuesdays. Or, like, only, like, once a month. So, for some places, it's impressive how they manage to stay in business with their opening times. I just remember seeing a shop at some point where, like, I don't think I ever saw that shop open, because it just always happened to be outside their opening times. The NPC of guard in there, not the lady who's actually supposed to work here. I mean, I guess the guard also works there, but his job is not exchanging gold for gold coins. Just run around the block. Maybe by then they'll be ready for me. I wonder if the music changing is tied to what time it is. Or if it's just like daytime and nighttime having different songs and different locations. Because it did switch to a different track there, and I don't know why. It is 8:36 and no sign of anyone in here. Oh, speaking of Instagram, Meta is now going to start using Facebook and Instagram posts to train their AI. People in Europe can opt out, but I'm not sure about how it works elsewhere. I'm not sure if it's just EU or all of Europe. So, yeah. And opting out is a bit of a process, so if any of you are curious about it, just look it up. There's instructions and stuff. So, I did post an article about it on the Discord, but I think that's only covering the Facebook side of things, but yeah. There, finally. How may I help you? Exchange. Yes, I would like to exchange my gold. And 430 gold coins. Nice. So that should be plenty of money. I wanted to check the alchemist, because nobody was there earlier. So let's see if I can find that shop again. I think it was this street. Yes, there it is. Still nobody. Maybe he'll be back later. Who's this? Fighter. I'll just leave him alone. He's not the alchemist. Person standing out here selling meat, I think? Yeah, hot fish and chips, right? It's been out on a table for a while, so unless the table itself is getting heated up by the sun, I feel like that's false advertising. Still nobody in here? I'll just walk further away. And then back. Because in some cases, characters just teleport in when I'm not looking, but he doesn't seem to want to open his shop. Dang it. I was trying to check how much gold I have. Instead I flipped a coin. So... are you carrying a bunch of gold as well? No? And... we have 440 at the moment. So didn't have much left. Wait, that just says 10 gold coins. Who's carrying the rest of it? It's probably him, isn't it? I don't trust that guy. Yep. 100 gold coins in his inventory. Thank you. I will be taking those back. And... you carrying any gold? No? Yolo wasn't carrying any. Or maybe underneath other stuff. No. Who's carrying the rest of it? Did he end up with it? Oh, yes, he did. That's a bunch of gold in there. It's 1 stack of 100. A stack of 30. Stack of 100. And 100. There. So. Yeah, that's 100. That's 100. That's 100. Another 140. So, 440. Got all of them. Good. Wait, what time was it again? 10:20. I feel like the alchemist should be open by now. Wonder where he could be. I mean, maybe he is in the castle or something? So I walked even further away. Oh, it's raining. That's why it's getting dark. I was about to say, it's the middle of the day. Why is it getting darker? Yep, still nobody here. This building... I think that's some shop. I think it says provisions. I didn't feel like actually looking at my notes regarding all the runes, so... I think I managed to translate it though, mainly because I already... Well, I knew it was inside the building, which makes it a lot easier. But why isn't the alchemy shop open yet? I just wanted to buy an invisibility potion. Is that so difficult? Is that guy just never gonna show up? Well, I don't remember all of them. I only recognize some of them. So, like, let's look at this sign. That's an A. That's an O. And that's a TH. That's an E. That's another A. That's an R. The other ones I'm not sure about. So, this one I'm not entirely sure about. This one. This one. But yeah, the other ones are just quite common. Which is why so many of them are in this word, because common letters. Yeah, as far as I know, they are some sort of old rune. I was like looking up old runes, and I did see several runic alphabets that looked very similar to that one. So I don't know if it's just taken from one, or a mixture, or... yeah. And I'm pretty sure the runes wouldn't translate like that. Because I don't think they were using the same type of alphabet. But I could be wrong. But why is the apothecary just not opening? It's so strange. Apothecary's desk reference. So, effects of potions based on their color. Black potion is invisibility. Blue is deep sleep. Orange, awaken. Purple, magic protection. White is illumination, but used to be X-ray. Yellow is healing. Green is a toxin. And red is curing poisons. Including the rain one. Alright. I'll just take a picture of all this, in case I need to refer back to it. But I think, the lady in Moonglow, I think Mariah, if I remember right, she was offering a black potion, and maybe an orange potion as well. Next section details how one can best recreate these uncanny concoctions. Okay. Well, apparently I don't get to read that part. But it could mean that I'll be able to buy the potion elsewhere. Because there it was just labelled by colour, not by effect. So maybe I just go there and buy that. Actually, I will save there. And then check if any of the previous saves I've got are from while I'm still in Moonglow. Okay, this is in Moonglow. And the lady was at the top floor of the Lyceum. So the question is just, does she sell the black potion? Okay, where is that building? I know it's a massive building. Don't know why I'm having such issues finding it every single time. No, that's the Fellowship. Was this the way? Right, that was just that house. Where was that giant castle? It was always closer to the north of the island, so... should be somewhere around here. Yeah, that's just... as far north as you can go. Oh, fine. Nope, that's that house again. And that's just the coastline. So it's clearly not this far up. I think the island kind of has a similar looking section. Oh, that's the observatory. And that's part of the observatory. So not here. Where was it? I mean, I just wanted to check that real quick. But apparently I've lost track of where the Lyceum is, despite it being a giant building. But I'll run across it, or, well, run into it at some point. How could a giant building like that disappear? I found it before. So unless someone made the entire building vanish, I just need to look in the right spot. But again, this is Ultima, so maybe I can only see that building on, like, very specific days. Like, only if the light levels are just right. Otherwise the building is invisible. I mean, I've probably just walked past it, or walked close to it. There. Yeah, it was right there the entire time. Of course it was. Now it's going to be too late to buy the potion. But at least I found it. I'll check where it is on the map. Oh, it's dark. Oh, no, I'm indoors. That's why I can't check. That's the issue. So... there. Now where is it? Here. Okay. So I'll just load the save again. To have it be daytime again. I think it was this one? Yes. Okay. Right now I am here. Need to go there. Simple enough. You'd think. Okay. Just a tiny bit further. There it is. So, black potions or no black potions? There. So... shelves... inkwells... quills... they... right, sell, there. Potions... black potion, yes. Okay, so I can get the black potion here. And the orange one was... awaken. Which I might also need for the lady who put herself to sleep. That one is 15 gold. And the black potion is 90 gold. Alright, good to know. So... I think the name is Mariah. Yes. Black and orange potions. There, just put a small note in the margin. That way, hopefully, I'll be able to find that information again later. If I need it. So... I'm supposed to load my last save. There. So what were we doing? Right, I was trying to interact with the alchemist. But that didn't really work out. I only know about the hammer, lockpick, and the ring. I don't know about the fourth item yet. I feel like it's probably just 4 items total. But it could be even more, I guess. Maybe I just need to keep picking up the other items and then placing down the new ones, and there could be an infinite number of items. So yeah, I don't know about that. But it was something about a thread. So, grasp not at threads was the hint. So, I guess fabric? If it's not supposed to be threads. Otherwise, maybe a bow? Because it has a string. Not a thread, but maybe something like that. I don't know. I think it's going to be difficult to figure out all these riddles. But anyway, managed to get the unlock magic spell today, so that should be very useful, because I've seen several dungeons where I would have had to use that potion. Oh, the spell, not potion. I'm not sure if I can actually use it at the moment. It seems like I can. Good to know. Man, it sounded a bit disappointing, but sounds like I can actually use that. So, maybe I'm high enough level? I am level 6 now, so the answer is yes. So, that's neat. Anyway, this is going to be it for today's stream, because I need some food. Simple as that. And it's also really warm in here. It is 27.8 degrees. I wasn't aware I was going to get this warm today, but it clearly did. So, that's gonna be that. So, who do we raid today? Always so difficult to choose. I mean, I guess we could go and raid Tom. He seems to still be on his starting up screen, but he has a very fancy starting up screen. Like, to me, it looks like custom pixel art. Yeah, he's still on the starting up screen. I don't actually know if it is, and I don't know who made it, but I think it's great. So, yeah. We'll head over there and admire the starting up screen while we can. I don't know what Tom is streaming today, so... the title says something about Death Gate, so I don't know. Not familiar with the name, so... We'll see, and yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow, where either we'll finish Daggerfall, or I will lose even more of my sanity. Doesn't that sound like a plan? So, I'll see you guys then. Bye!